Ahoy, landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. It's time for a probably fateful installment of Disco Elysium. Last week, if you were here, you are probably already aware of the recap I'm about to give you, which I'm stalling a little bit in case anyone doesn't want to get spoiled. Great. So we continued our hunt for we went and bought some board games and literally wasted something like 6 hours because we ran out of side quests to do. And then we retrieved our gun from a lady who called herself the Pigs, and definitely looked like a low-level... You know what she looked like? A Resonance of Fate, like, arena boss? Because, you know, they have, like, weird specialized versions of things that are, like, kind of cartoonish. She looked a little bit like that. And through really no fault of my own, I managed to succeed at enough checks to get my gun back, which it seemed like I wasn't doing very good at that, and I thought I was gonna get killed. So once we got our gun back, we then continued our investigation to go find Ruby, who had like a magical pain device that channeled the power of radio through the magical field that restores your kidneys when you run through it naked. And she used that to try and, like, incapacitate us. She didn't really have a plan, is sort of the thing. It's not like she tried to escape once she incapacitated us, or planned to kill us, or, like, tie us up or something for when the device was off. She just sort of turned it on and then, like, waited for fate to happen. Which I think was her downfall, because I broke the machine, and then she immediately unalived herself in such a way that I was not able to use my non-existent rhetoric skill to stop her. But with that resolved, no ability to ask her important questions about anything, Lieutenant Kim resolved ourselves collectively that we should go back to the Whirling in Rags, which felt a little odd until it became clear that that was the game's way of indicating that stuff was about to go down. And it did, because when we got to the Whirling in Rags, like, our shivers or something was like, you better equip your gun now. I was like, okay. And then I walked, like, 10 feet, and 3 mercenaries in, like, full Fairweather T-500 armor were trying to execute the entirety of the Hardy Boys and their lawyer. And through a considerable amount of effort, we got a subpar result, which, frankly, is a pretty good result. Because that situation should pretty much end with everyone dying. But because we got the armor, we managed to survive. And I want to point out, I don't think the game made any mention of me getting a bonus for any of my checks, but I think this might have secretly factored in to the important role for me to shoot someone. What's his name? Like, Courtney? Courtney? He's not Courtney, right? It's like Courtney. But I did devote an entire thought to how the armor works once I had enough pieces of it. And I think it's supposed to give me, like, a +3 to, like, attacks against people in armor. So, like, it didn't show a +3 on any of my skill checks, but, like, I think that factored into me succeeding at that very important shot. Oh, that's interesting. Neko says, I was able to fire the gun because I found Ruby's bullet. For some reason, I thought her bullet was the wrong caliber for that, but now that I'm thinking about it, her gun, the gun that we took off her when she died, I think it has the same caliber. So yeah, that probably does make sense. Does feel like we might want some more ammunition, but we don't currently have it. After all that went down, we managed to protect Lieutenant Kim with our authority. And everyone acted like that was like a really difficult check to make, but to be honest with you, we had like an almost impossible to fail check. I think we were at like 97 or whatever, like one-off guaranteed is. So we saved Lieutenant Kim, which spared us from some horrible fate that was alluded to in chat last week. And as a result, we had a debrief that, like, 2 days later or something, I think it's implied. And Lieutenant Kim's like, yeah, like, several of the Hardy Boys died. We did manage to kill all the mercenaries. They haven't sent new mercenaries yet. We're not sure if that has anything to do with us sort of making friends with Joyce. But, like, we still don't really know what happened with the murder. And the world has kind of descended into a new era of chaos. And since the only thing we've seen after waking up is the inside of our own hostel room, it could be anything, even a boat. So, let's find out just what kind of boat is in that box. That's good to know. I don't think... By the way, let me know if... I think this is fine. My computer was doing something weird after startup, so I thought it might be cutting off more of the edge than usual, but I think it's a little more than usual, I think. I can scoot it. If I do... Nope, that's one increment, huh? It's just like that? I guess it's just like that. That's as good as it gets. We did the tribunal. Yeah, we did the tribunal pretty much last, and it took like a really long time to get through it. So now we get to do new things, which is exciting. Newly replaced glass. Now we can't check the visual calculus. Oh, we hear traffic outside, so there's not like a big Union base. Oh, wait, that's right. Because we're in this room, we could theoretically get the death smell off us, which I observed last time. But there's an additional problem, which is that I am supposed to be alone for that. I don't think I'm good enough friends with Lieutenant Kim that he will shower with me. Yeah, so someone said that if you don't save Kim, you get Kuno. And they were like, oh, I kind of wish we had seen that. And I was like, no, you're incorrect. You don't wish that. This Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. Did it break speaker? I don't remember breaking speaker. See, gleaming white enamel and no bottles inside. Look, the door is open. You can walk into Lieutenant Kim's room. Say what? Did you say? How do I actually do this? Hello? There's no... but there's no, like, walk cursor? Oh, we figured it out. This can't be his room. It's so tiny. He doesn't even have a bathroom. Why do we have the death smell? I think it is because we reached in real deep to get the bullet out of the victim. Lely or whatever. I don't know why names are especially hard today. I can talk to his book.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer. Point to self. Saw apocalyptic visions of darkness behind darkness behind darkness. I thought I was dead for a moment. I feel like the thing I'm most likely to say is probably like 1, maybe 2 on a bad day. None of these feel especially superstar cop. I'm gonna say 1.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go? I am sure neither of us feels solid enough to keep loitering.
Okay, I just figured the notes would have something more than just that interaction. It doesn't appear that I can use the same. Just doing the mirror. Does the mirror do anything now?
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror. even now adorned with the expression.
Chain cutters to fix the faucet, stop steam from fogging up the mirror. What would that do for me? Oh, that's weird. It's easier to stop the expression because Ruby killed herself. That might be the weirdest bonus to a check I've seen so far. So are you suggesting that you want to see me try to fix the faucet without the tool? To be honest, I still don't really know what the expression is. At first, I had assumed it was me trying to be, like, flirtatious because of some of the early game context. Well, here's a question. If I don't have the tool, will I take some sort of penalty? I could hurt myself. I feel like I shouldn't do it. If I thought it was gonna be, like, emotional damage, I might do it. Because that's easier for me to heal. Can do the check to figure out what the expression means. I think I like... Oh, that's this one, right?
You see the reflection of your face in the mirror.
Heard about the band OO?
The expression.
EE? Did I hear about the band OO? Sure, let's interface. No, I hurt myself.
Slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
I mean, we can encyclopedia. I'm sure I have some encyclopedia clothes. I'm glad someone appreciates EE. I don't know why that's still funny to me. Anytime there's, like, redundant initials to anything, I just shout EE, and almost no one in the world has context for that. Yeah, how much encyclopedia do we have? It's not 0. It's not probably a lot, though, also, to be honest. Maybe... Am I mistaken? Do I only have, like... Logic? Have I completely conflated those? No, I have these. I thought I had at least one other thing. Because I remember doing some check, and I feel like I put on multiple articles of clothing. To do... Ah! Hats! I think that's everything. Do I have shoes? My voice went really high. Shoes? Nah, mine is shoes. I almost fell for that. I think that's all.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean.
I mean, 28. It's not gonna happen, though, right? Because we're gonna roll, like, 4.
Even now,
I'm really good at rolling 4s. If you got some sort of bonus for rolling 4s in this game, I'd be even more unstoppable.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad
5.
place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
I have a lot of bonuses to electrochemistry, although I think I also have negatives from being sober. This on. It. Pain threshold. I can leave that. No, you know what? I want drama bow tie on. Whoop. I don't think I want... do I want to stop the expression? I, like, haven't made any earnest effort to do so. I do have electro pants. I'm not wearing electro pants. I mean, I can always do this stuff in my other place. Oh, hang on. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. I was wondering if there would be permanent consequences to taking that shot. We'll see how that plays out. Looks like she's left something on the table. Does it? Because it doesn't look like it looks like... Oh, there it is now. Wasn't there before.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
Don't call me a papoose.
A gift.
Lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. What could it be? Could it be a boat?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
I'll keep that in mind for your birthday.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note.
It's not that many words on
Just
it.
don't walk into another radio trap, okay?
Shut up, Half-Light. Too soon.
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Seems like she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
Do me any good to check this again?
The medicine cabinet is empty.
Ooh.
Not even a toothbrush. Pity.
She really cleaned out.
She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Okay, upstairs. I hope I don't die. I hope you mean your face. A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. It feels more like a trap than I wanted it to. Can we look at this glass again?
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it
A
rebounds
ray
instantly.
of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime.
B triple prime is the one I thought it was, right? The one that's sort of in the direction of the Union Zone?
The island in the bay.
She trying to tell us the shot came from the island?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point,
What difference does it make?
I mean, that's true. This is also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out.
so it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem unenthusiastic. You cool?
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
We have to go back, Kate. We have to go to the island. He's so upset about this. I don't know why she wouldn't say so earlier. It's a good point, because, like, it doesn't seem to implicate her at all to suggest she has some idea of where the bullet came from. I don't see how it would harm her. Like, it's information she would have even if she was purely victim and none of the other stuff was a factor. So I don't think it necessarily, like, points you to suspect her of her past crimes or anything that she would want to avoid.
He is trying to justify it to himself.
It's not 4. Well, I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I mean, How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian the Nitpicker is tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
I'm assuming that was the gift in its entirety. Ooh. Fred is tied to the antenna. I wonder a bit how this would be presented if I hadn't already passed the visual calculus check. I bet it would make the visual calculus check easier. Isn't your car already in the water? You could use that. Well, it depends on time of day, because my car is only in the water at high tide. Otherwise, it's just sadly in a sunken crater on the beach. Is it cool for me to walk around with my gun out? It's Superstar, right? But, like,
You
am I gonna get in
see
trouble?
footprints in the
Jackpot. These, unlike...
I keep expecting there to be new information about these footprints. I have no idea why. I refuse to take the stairs, like a chump.
all these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
Run your finger across the dust of the white Diora machine.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
What's white Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
It's not the take I would expect her to have, but I respect it.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
Don't we know that he likes pinball? He played a lot of the other game, didn't he? How about we fire one up and play?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
He looks away.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
Boy, it would be nice if I was still wearing any of that encyclopedia clothing, huh? The name of that machine is something racist, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's what I'm gathering. Yeah, if I move on, I finish thought. So I pretty much have to take this at a 17% chance with no bonus. Try 3? Okay. Yeah, it might give a bonus. That's a fair shout.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
What about the other one that I think that we broke is the one we're referring to?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this now.
It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Zeolite. His people are incredibly dexterous, and they all love pinball. Matter of fact.
Encyclopedia... That's very measurehead of you. I don't appreciate this vibe. I feel like this says something bad about me in the before times. Hey, didn't you guys, like, invent pinball?
Us? Guys?
Stop.
No matter. This is a failure. I'm failing, and I'm going to stop. This is a thing that I should remember to say more often in my life. Just like, oh, I'm sorry. I know I started something, but I am dedicated to no longer making it worse. It's done now.
Okay. I don't like pinball because I had to learn to play it for an undercover job at a pinball ring. And it's a lame, boring, and unchallenging game. There. We can move on now.
Super. Tip-top. This went pretty well, all things considered.
I don't think I trust you, Volition. Sigh. I imagine there would have been something interesting to come from that, because Sarah was really excited. Yep, only 3 of the Hardy Boys left, huh? That's, stats aren't great. Yep, those cops The cops left. I really didn't. I just really willfully chose not to engage with them.
Hi again, Gendarme.
I mean, when we interacted with the functional pinball machine before we destroyed it, like, he basically told us that he had played a ton of pinball. So, like, I know he played a ton of pinball. It sounded like he liked it. It sounded that this time when he said that thing, he was covering something else up because we failed that check really bad. Did we not talk about this guy's Sunday friend?
You did. And how did you like him?
We've had this conversation, haven't we? Didn't like him as much as I like you.
Shoot. Why not?
We had this conversation. I'm not sure. Is this one of those times where, like, save file... Oh, there was a time save file got corrupted, and it affected conversations I had one morning after I came downstairs here. Maybe? I'm just gonna do whatever Sarah says, because she is very invested
Friends,
in
I
this.
told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
Oh, I would like him to define Sunday friend in his words.
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
That is a very particular definition I wasn't expecting. Is that even a
It is.
friend?
On Sundays.
On Sundays. I don't want to talk about other
Mhm.
people.
What about me, Gendarme?
I ran out of
Goodbye,
dialogue
Gendarme.
options. Hey, demolition. We didn't miss much. I failed some interesting check. I failed several checks and took some morale damage as usual. I guess I should talk to Titus, probably. I don't really want to, though. That sounds bad.
You approach. The bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately.
Yeah, I'm pretty messed
That
up.
was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
Well, cool, he likes me now.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
Oh, he extends his hand.
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this hulking lump of man is glad to be alive. This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Two is such a horrible thing to say. Wow, 4 is so rude. I'd have to, like, really actively hate him. And as much as I don't like him, I have some amount of respect for him. Otherwise, I probably would have just let him die, right? I don't know. Like, I honestly think that saying I superstarred that super hard isn't very superstar. Like, I feel like the more superstar thing to do is to just, like, bro nod. I feel like that's more superstar. Like, I know the game won't agree with me on this, but I feel like that's the cool guys don't look at explosions thing to do. So I feel like I'm gonna do that.
Now, how can I help you?
I am sorry about the people you lost. I tried. Those guys were scary and I had one bullet.
Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed.
That's nice in kind of a grim way.
But Lizzie and Angus, they were just stupid kids. Didn't realize the shit they got into before it was too late. I feel responsible for both. For all of them, really.
I mean, I genuinely do feel as though, like, Lizzie was just being inflammatory for most of that exchange. I don't believe that she, like, deserved to die, but I definitely don't feel as though she helped herself not to die.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic, and effective.
I keep passing electrochemistry checks, considering.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
I'll be honest in that I don't think I've tracked the numerous Hardy Boys well enough to be sure, but... Is Shanky Glenn? Is that why? Is that what's happening? Good people. I'm sorry it went like that. I feel like that kind of overstates things. We reported this world to die. I don't know if that's like a helpful attitude.
Dennis, that poor little rat is dead too. I always thought he'd run. But no, he stayed. Stupid, brave fella.
He didn't like him. That only makes it worse.
What?
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right.
Oh man, I sure will never think of that phrase the way it's meant to after playing the Zero Escape games, let me tell you that. Yep, Memento Mori for sure.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Yeah, it's slightly less likely today that you'll be gunned down by some mercenaries.
Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
I don't know, glass half full or something. What happens to you folks now?
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys.
Now in the sitcom, this is where he does a pratfall awkwardly. As long as he doesn't read a book, he'll be safe from syphilis. I mean, assuming that this universe coexists in the Darkest Dungeon universe, which seems to make sense. Do you know what happened to Classier?
Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Respect that perspective.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
I feel like he's more bitter about her now. Gosh, I'm really tempted to say one because I kind of just want him to open up a little. And I feel like I might be able to get away with that now that I, like, shot a guy. But, like, I would expect this to go badly. You really liked her, huh?
Nope.
He did.
Got it.
He nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
Any clues on what to do's?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
That sure sounds like half a good idea.
Big titty.
I gotta streamline this.
Yeah, go pay Monica visiting Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Revachol.
Now, the problem is that I do, at this point, kind of know how this game works. Is that a quest?
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Well, someone hasn't spent 8 hours thinking about my partner.
Thank you
She's
for your
even
advice,
stronger than
Eugene.
my
You
mom.
too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
Now, I do appreciate the enthusiasm and the energy there, but there is something concerning about comparing Monica to one's mom. I'm not going to address that. I'll let someone else address that in their own time. I do appreciate Kim Kisturagi saying that he appreciates a good use of the expression milkers.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
So long, fellows.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo Loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
That's an interesting expression.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
Why do I gotta be hard? I do feel like our character as a baseline would fit pretty well into this gang, which maybe is or isn't like a compliment. Like it could just be a bad
And
thing.
Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
I mean, I'll suggest this again, but I think he'll just be like, nope.
I will, capo.
Oh, okay.
That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
You taught Kim the word milkers? I mean, from the sounds of it, someone before the scope of the game, but someone in this conversation referred to a woman who has big
Take
mommy
it easy on
milkers.
the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Bino Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go outside now. Okay. Pretty scared about what the outside looks like. No, that's not. Don't think I love this.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scar.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Neat.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way.
Hey,
Safe.
interfacing? Have you been hanging out with electrochemistry? I would like to... Retort? I should know retort. Were you? I can almost translate this. I'm not very good at French. Oh, hey, let me go hang out by the water. Helmet. Helmet. I want that helmet. It's very important to me. I'm pretty sure that his sandwich isn't still good at this point. Many days have passed. It says, one day I will return to your side. Thoughtful and ominous. Salt carries more than salt. Meat smell. Not rotten, not fresh, but grilled. Oh, hey, a bunch of time has passed. Can I, conceptualize whatever happened here? Should probably check to see if it's possible before bothering to put on clothes.
Just an ordinary war.
No, it's still locked. No, the helmet questions are still rhetorical, but they will continue to be asked out loud because they are important to my essence. Speaking of things that are important to my essence. Okay. Maybe it's like the gas station exiled sandwich that Fry had. Be so old it gives you worms that give you superpowers. It's a really good episode. What's the thing he says when he eats it? Like, is that a cracker? No, it's a tomato. You have anything to say about the series of murders that took place here?
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
I would like to ask you about the Union for some reason.
Officer, I just can't do this right now. The Union, it just doesn't matter anymore.
Okay, bye. So yeah, I think the guys with the vulgar jackets are probably gone forever. I did manage to trigger some sort of glitch where when I woke up, I was able to make a comment to Kim about taking off his jacket, which he never had on and never possessed. Just in case you weren't here. That was fun. Hey, Manana, you want to tell me anything interesting?
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Yeah, shot, no biggie.
Yet you live. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace. You have a true boyadero heart.
Right. Where's everyone?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being.
Can you help me get inside?
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
What happens next?
Time will tell. I'll tell Evrak you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
What will you do now?
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
Try not to get shot.
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
Alright, have fun. Oh, what the... What's here? What's this? Oh, I could use this. So this is closed, right? I just kind of want to check this. That's fair. And measurehead and the measureheadettes, that's all. Okay. Just getting the lay of the land, because who knows what could have happened while I was sleeping. Roll credits. No, wait, we're playing Disco Elysium, not watching a romantic comedy. How's the trillionaire? Dude, like, no one can even look at the trillionaire to ask, right? Like, we're basically the only people who could answer that. We're not allowed to go check. I don't think there would be anything of interest left here.
A lorry stuck in the traffic.
That's fine. Well, I could probably try this check again.
An old monument.
No, I can't. Okay, fair enough. I don't actually want to. It's a bad check. Okay, it's pretty much wasteland, which is more or less what I expected. I mean, I could have warped right to the fishing village, but I kind of just want to get a sense of what's changed, because, like, there's just no way for me to know what has changed, you know? So, some of you might be, like, silently anxious or something. Just putting it on the record.
Wow!
Well, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is?
Shui?
Cool! That's cool!
Fair enough. Do I have, like, unchecked checks around here still?
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
I really don't need minus logic plus electrochemistry glasses. That sounds pretty bad.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
Man, these itchy pants are rough. Yeah, Windbreaker's not the worst. I don't know if I want to spend money on it. You know, it occurs to me that, like, there's probably a potential achievement for winning a board game with Kim, and I'll just never know. Up there? Phasmid, perhaps? No, you know it's a dog. Well, I do now. Spoiler alert, thoughts. Did you ever get the church up and running in full? I mean, that hinges entirely on your definition of in full. I've never seen, like, a crowd there, if that answers the question. But otherwise, it feels like it's a fully operational Death Star. Oh, some sort of thing? That would be a good club name, I think. How am I going about getting up there, you think? Game is pathfinding. It's, having a little fun. Have I been this way before? Yeah, I must have, right? Something about the snow is throwing me off. Yeah, bench and stuff. Yeah. Doesn't seem like there's too terribly much to do, so maybe before we leave the East Blue, we check on the church? Is that a good idea? I've had a weird thought. I don't think it's relevant, but I might check something. New stuff to check on. Not sure precisely what's changed, or some of these things just become available on day 7. Prayer book has been left open. That's unexpected.
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
That's really disappointing. I was really hoping that something about the Pale device that Ruby used and the journal would unlock this and help this check. How many points do I have? I could, well, but the problem is it's my last interfacing. That's the point. That's the point. I've inadvertently made a fairly well-balanced character. And also my suggestion is 8. I really didn't want to have to max out interfacing. I don't know how much game is left. Let me try something else. Because I think the information about the Pale emitter has to be useful to her,
Yes.
right?
What is it?
-10 pale unknown. To get where I'm going, do I have to sail through the pale? Yeah, my perception's really high, largely because I ended up doing the Col de Mamadakwa. It gives me -1 encyclopedia, whoops. But it gives me just a static +3. And as a result, yeah, my perception's at 8. I kind of invested some points in it early before I fully appreciated what it would mean to max out a skill and not be able to put more points in it. And also I have Frog Visor's perception, isn't it? So, like, I'm pretty perceptive and suggestive. That's a fun combination. I see there's room for innuendo. I don't know, man. I really, like, it's so important, like, fixing this song is one of the things that's really high on my priority list. But the problem is that I know my interfacing isn't so high that even if I force the check open, it will be likely for me to do it. I've been really hoping that I'd find something to give it a +1 so that I could try it again
I was talking about wieners.
Oh, we were talking about wieners. You just never know, man. That stuff sneaks up on you sometimes. I don't think there's anything else to do here, because none of those checks reset, and I really figured at least one of them. Well, in fairness, one of the 2 checks I'm referring to just has a static -10, and I'm not entirely sure that I ever actually tried it. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to do other than to... Stained glass window reset? Could try that. That'll hurt my emotional state. I think it's worse if I pass it, or is it worse if I don't? Either way, I think we're on this path
The
now.
mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Boop. I wish I could sort these better. I mean, I'm sure that there's a way that me, Vasco, the human, could do this better. But kind of just let the game do whatever it wants with the inventory. But it would be nice if I could, like, right-click or something and be like, sort by the stat I want. Would be nice. Visual calculus. Right to the top. I thought I had more than that.
The mother of humanism stands above you. A
58.
precious and compact jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text. A light motif below them both.
I've had weirdly good luck with visual calculus. It's almost like it wants to be a skill of mine. It shattered the mosaic.
Unknown.
Thanks.
A motor carriage. A gunshot. Someone falling into it. Or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break.
Who's the older woman? Isn't that one of the viceroys who started the trade wars in the first Star Wars prequel?
She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, farriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
The motto, what does it say?
Below both women, in luminous
hate what
black
it's doing.
letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
That's the password to their luggage, figuratively speaking. That's the access to the data cube, whatever the heck it's called. Why is... I guess that just means someone follows this religion closely?
And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Lieutenant, this used to say afterlife, death, etc., etc.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No,
Why?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
What's the motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Wow. 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 I mean, I was on board for 4 until I finished reading that sentence. I'm not going... That's not me. Hit him with a classic John Oliver.
Ice cool.
Step back.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
This doesn't seem to address the fact that I was taking psychological damage that seemed to relate to my ex when looking at this before. I figured that check would give me some
what is it?
insight. What do I have to learn about the Pale in order to stop getting that -10? It's a rhetorical question. The line has recently been blurred. They're almost always rhetorical questions. Being a streamer is living a life of rhetorical questions. That's the motto of the streamer moral intern something. There's a joke in there. Make the joke yourself and then put it in chat. And then we'll all clap. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna go on a boat. I never thought we'd be on a boat. Like, legitimately. Didn't seem... Still haven't asked her on a date, huh? I wonder if I'll get pluses or minuses for asking to use her boat first. Or maybe just never again.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
I've always looked terrible, but thank you for noticing.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Some people hurt me. You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
I mean, 2 is the superstar cop thing to say. For some reason, I think it's also maybe the correct thing to say.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Oh my god, you should see the other guys. 2 dead, 1 in the hospital. Like, the severity of that, like, really undercuts the usually, like, jovial tone of that sort of sentence. Ah, you should see the other guy. No, really, lots of people died. I mean, we did sort of start down this road. I just feel like it's a social faux pas.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
Or is weirdly tempting. I feel like I'm not a killer, I'm a cop is reasonably close to I am the law.
Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes.
I feel like this conversation went badly. May I use your boat?
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Really thought I'd get a minus to this. We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tide just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
2 days of sunshine? I just got a bacterial infection. What is this sentence doing here? These feel like unrelated thoughts. I don't particularly know bacterial infections to be like light sensitive. Are we just saying words now? What's on that island? Hello? She kind poetic image number 37 not found? Nothing. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification here before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. Haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it. Sure.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Like her husband or something. Sure, somehow we passed a rhetoric check. Tell me more about you. So we can go on a date later. Is it cool to say that out loud, or does that creep women out? I don't know.
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
I'm sorry, I feel like you made that sound less severe than it is. I thought you just meant like, you know, the youths. The youths go out there and collect bullet casings because they think it's cool. And they do it on a raft, which like isn't especially safe. But like her twins are not very old. And they're also her children. I feel like this should be a bigger problem. Nicker suggests bacterial infections and sunshine are both awful things. So he was just grimacing about how unpleasant the future is. That's fair. I do want neither of those things.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Anything I should know about getting there? Do we need a log pose?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Now, just to be clear, I had assumed that if we would borrow your boat, you would, like, navigate it as, like, an actual competent, like, sailor, I suppose. I'm not sure that you should trust us with this task. I feel like that's interfacing, and at best my interfacing is medium.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Medium. Sure, 2 days of sunshine, I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
Just to be clear, are you, like, into that?
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
Is it? I was just genuinely confused as to like why it was even there. Can I borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
I like that the tone is very clearly you teenagers.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Not attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Thank you. We will use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Oh, that's right. This check should be easier.
I don't need a map to get to Bonetown.
Because I spent like 2 points on suggestion during that whole confrontation, huh? It'll be more than a 42% chance if I do it when Kim's not around. Alright, boys. It's time to have an entirely useless conversation, I
The
presume.
scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
So I can't help but make the observation that no one seems to care that I'm, like, just going around with my gun out. Hey, kids, you've been to that island, right?
That island?
Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
Nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Someone lives on that island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
That's what I figured. Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
You mentioned something about lights.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
I actually like this. Lillian's twin. I starts one of them. It's hard to tell which one now. Vasco, have you ever been on a boat? Yeah, I've been on a few boats. Back in the early LA days, some friends and I rented a boat. I think it was when we were at Big Bear. We used to take, like, summer trips out there for, like, a long weekend. And, I don't know, I spent, like, a decent portion of a day, like, steering the boat. And then I think it was generally agreed upon that I did a subpar job of trying to dock the boat when we returned it. But then again, it's a legitimately reasonably difficult thing to do. Because you really have to straddle the line of, like, get close to the dock, don't hit the dock. And, like, the nuance of steering those boats is not typically super fine, too.
Yes.
Anything else you could tell me about Guy?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to the island too, huh?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. Boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. Do I know specifically what happened to him? I know he died. I don't know what I expect to come from this. I mean... I don't feel like I should intervene here.
I'm sorry.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you could tell me about the island conclude? It's clear there's no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Goodbye. It says, do you think you'd have been allowed to steer the boat if everyone saw your LA Noir driving? Just to be clear, there's like a weird amount of people conflating LA Noir driving and thinking that it's not like full-on clown town. Like, you all know that the point of me driving like absolutely ludicrously in LA Noir is to be amusing, right? Like, you know I have like an actual driver's license and like can drive a car in California. And this is a true fact. Driving in California sucks. Cause like the highways have like way too many lanes and there's like a billion cars and nothing is ever chill. So like as much as I hate driving and the responsibility of it, like I can actually drive. Like, you know that's like a bit, right? Just for the record. Like, I thought that was self-explanatory, but over time it's become clear that it's not. Like, it's like a weird number of people have approached me with the vibe that like I actually drive that way. I mean, I don't think there's really much else to do. Just gonna say over this one. Just say it out of love for the playthrough. I mean, that's fine. Again, just like, you might be surprised how often people have made that inference without any seeming sense of irony. I mean, even Tech, for his part.
Seas calm as death, but still. There are ruins.
Oh, I guess I just go on the boat now? Maybe that's how this works. Even Tech, who, like, knows how I drive in real life, seemed really off-put at the notion of fake bad driving.
In the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72.
What an absolutely useless legendary perception check to casually crush.
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
I legitimately don't think there's anything...
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
What do you mean, closed all my accounts?
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Hold on, I'm just gonna go double check some stuff, but option 1 is fantastic. That's a very good option. Like it says, I'm sure that in real life you're not actually driving on top of other people's cars and mowing down pedestrians. No, of course, like, I'm not actually driving on top of other people's cars. In California, there are certain allowances for mowing down pedestrians. So, like, go to the island. Don't really care about lighting that on fire. I guess I could do this now. Determine where the shot came from. That's sort of part of going to the island. Murder weapon might be over there. Can't wash off the death smell. I mean, there's really not much else to do. 3 per year. Well, I mean, you know, back in the days that LA Noire was released, if you looked it up, that was probably true. Now it's like half a dozen. Look, the world is overpopulated, you know? Hey, Miss Toasty, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Why would I not fast travel? I mean, I had a reason before. But, like, it just doesn't seem like there's much to do, which is a little troubling. So it feels like I should just be able to go over to the island. I'm a little concerned at the implication. Could be better, but you're alright. Well, I'm glad, at least for alright. Alright is certainly better than some options. I'm doing pretty good today, myself.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Now, I'm gonna say for the record, can I do the death smell? No, I'd have to get rid of Kim. It'd be nice to do it, but I'd forgotten when I originally made the observation that, like, I have access to the whirling and rags again, that it stipulates I have to be alone. Because for whatever reason, Kim doesn't trust me enough to shower with me, even though I have, like, +3 trust from him or whatever. What I was gonna say is, this strikes me as, like, a completely terrible idea, because the quest is basically, like, call your precinct and ask them if you are a crooked cop. But I'm gonna do that.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I'm gonna assume that Kim has already reported this, but I'm just kind of interested to see what information comes from reporting the incident.
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kisturagi and... Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
Well, this is not how I expected this to go.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Big brain play.
I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The streets seem safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
They're shutting you up, silencing you. Don't fucking drop your guard.
Still not entirely sure I understand what Half-Light does.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Pick up the radio again?
Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Maybe to the 41st.
Right.
10-4, come in. Firework, over.
Hey, good news. I did find my pistol, and I promise I won't lose it again, or sell it to a pawn shop. Over.
10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
Hey, Jules, I heard that some people think of me as a La Puta Madre's peon. Do you think I'm corrupted? Over.
10-4, sir. Well, there have been some talk, sir.
Some talk? What does it even mean that there's been some talk?
I only meant that there have been some talk in the station, that's all. But there are always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
Why was that a quest? I learned nothing.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye. I mean, I'm a little concerned at the point of no return talk, but like, what else would I do? Is there, like, anything else I would do before going over there? There wasn't anything new to do at the church. Doesn't seem like there's, like, unresolved business at the fishing village itself. Really don't have any, like, side quests. You know, like, I think I'm good. I'm sure it's just, like, you might not come back here for a while talk, but it's enough to make me pause and try to consider it. I will say before going, but really trying not to save scum at this point. The early save scumming was largely just because getting mixed signals from people watching as to how they would enjoy an experience of this game. But I think we've settled in a groove now. We've taken quite a lot of consequences.
The skiff floats on the cup. Once you get in, have you made all the necessary? Remember what the net picker said. It's
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Get in and ride to the island. Sad FM definitely sounds like one of those fake radio stations from the Grand Theft Auto games. Oh my god. Did I do it? Did I make another weird, uncommon, unique experience? I think I did. I think this is very good. I do appreciate that this game enables these shenanigans. I'd like to dedicate this sad boat ride to Neko, who is really obsessed with the smallest, saddest church in the world. I'm sure that this will be flagged on YouTube, but it's fine because I don't get enough views to monetize videos anyway. Are we steering directly for the ice? Or like, what's the... This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. It's like the best kind of stupid, but it's very dumb. I like that Kim and I are good enough friends now that he still had to question for his own sanity what I meant when I said that we would blast Sad FM, but then was just like, no, I understand that that's just how it's gonna be. I mean, like, do you normally get a prolonged boat cutscene? This feels like they've only done this because I've chosen to become Sad FM. Somehow all the camera movement doesn't seem to have caused any OBS issues. This is so ridiculous. So I think this might be the rest of the stream? It's a long journey. Is it, though? You could see there from here. It's the most powerful boat engine in Revachol. I feel like Joyce probably had a better one. Although I guess technically that boat's no longer in Revachol, huh? We gotta figure out where to get more ammo. I'm not saying I want to kill a bunch of people. Kuno still exists. See how we've established that sometimes we just say unassociated thoughts?
The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
False. There's not silence. There's a really small, sad church.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Timeout. We have to go back, Kate. Okay. Makeshift bridge. The bombs are powerful enough to break the foundation. Rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Point to it. This leads to the depot and Land's End.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Should I put my visual calculus stuff on? I'm still wearing it, aren't I? I guess that answers that question. Perception, if you... I mean, I got plenty of perception, but... I'm a very perceptive individual. I mean, I suppose... Let's give authority... Chest gives pain threshold and volition. Fact of the matter is, I could put on my perception shoes, but like I think I want the armor on. I mean, I was planning on checking everywhere, like, because they've made it clear that it's not easy to come back here. So, like, I should be pretty thorough. Like, I should be more careful about leaving here than coming here, I think. I mean, I think... Do I have more perception than the boots? I'll do this for now. Like, perception while checking a new area does seem like a good idea. But... it seems like there also could be... a hostile fire guy? I think this is a good balance. Extra plus perception. Still have the chest armor and the gloves on. Drama in case I need to, like, lie to him or something. I am still sort of tempted. I know I stated earlier that a goal of mine was to, like, use skill points to increase skills that are, like, decreased by the armor so that I could sort of be stat neutral while wearing the armor. Which would mean add 1 to empathy and add another 1 to composure. I'll keep that in mind. But, like, again, my, like, perception's, like, pretty busted. Doesn't feel like I can go further out there right now, so it's time to go up. I don't really know how big to expect this island to be. Didn't really get any ability to look at it. Tension. Inflammable. Was I at 99? Well, I have another skill point. And boy, does that timing feel just so convenient. I could use a point in empathy. This is a really stupid thing to do. But I like it. Empathy is the kind of one that gives you, like, secret checks that you can't necessarily prepare for. So I'll do that up front. And now, I feel better about randomly wearing this armor so I don't get shot by Fire Guy. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. There's something really, like, to me, amusingly ominous about the fact that I got a new skill point from learning that something was inflammable. It makes it seem more important. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. Isn't that the evil magic in Shadow and Bone? Is the mazout? Well, I don't like that very ominous archway.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What's the flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter?
On the islet, there is almost no wind under the rain quietly falling on the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other. The soft raindrops. The great ghost of the air is holding its breath.
Oh, hi, Shivers. Is it time? Are we doing it? To the west!
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east!
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers. Raindrops fall on water, strangely quiet, forming circles in the distance.
From the windows to the walls.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further to the north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
I feel like there's a lot actionable here. Just gets kind of a broad sense of the environment.
A drop of rain falls on a black log of an extinguished campfire.
Below the silence?
Col de Mamadakwa.
Pardon? But you can't just say Col de Mamadakwa. What do you mean? Kim?
Yes. This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how.
It's like really, really quiet here. There's like quiet, and then there's too quiet, and then I had a series of thoughts to indicate how absolutely nightmarishly quiet it is here. So quiet, I think I just heard the Col de Mamadakwa.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
No, I know that the Col de Mamadakwa was the sound cryptid. I had a whole thought about it, and all it did was make me hear good. And by that I mean, it made me hear, like, really, really good, which seems quite good. In fact, really, really good. But what I mean is, for it to just casually utter that name, I feel like I need more context of, like, does that mean that I heard it? Are you saying that the sound under the silence is the Col de Mamadakwa? Or are you just, like, saying unrelated words again? Open your eyes and stop listening. Is it on this island? The being of pure sound? Oh, that was stairs. Geography in this game is always so confusing. Squirtle says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Sometimes I'm confused as to where I can't walk. Even if this is a dead end, it feels like I should be able to, like, walk over where I'm clicking now. How do I get down to there? Can't get there from here. I'm gonna need my flashlight, aren't I? How can it be that silent when you can hear the waves crashing? That's a great question. Hang on, something's orange. It might be full of money. Oh, nope, that's downstairs. I'm upstairs. Let's look at stuff first. This was once an armament rest. Is that what we're calling it? Careful, these stairs have collapsed. I want to talk to that keyboard later. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. I feel like that would mostly be like coconuts. No survivor enjoyers. Moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. Does it? Because I sure see a lot of places where the wind could get in. I see candles planted on a broken rangefinder.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
I don't know how to phrase this. Are those like Date magazines?
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
That's right, coconuts and rice. Although these days they make it a lot harder to get rice. Because it's like hard mode Survivor now.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light
Can I have that one?
An international thriller about circuit benders.
I realized I said that when it said the word light erotica. What I meant was, could I have the one that seems to be talking about like electrical engineering that might help me with the with finding the new sound? I'll take the light erotica too. I'm not picky.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Hold on. Let me put on like the one article of clothing I have that does conceptualization so that I can fail this check properly. Conceptualization shirt. This is when I get shot. I legitimately think that's the only thing I have, but I might be wrong about that. Alright, I'll take my like 7% chance.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories.
No, my conceptualization is so low that adding one did not affect the difficulty of the check.
Thriller. Also, light erotica and some historical novels from the century past.
Why is that true? It seems off somehow. It feels like that shouldn't literally be true, but like it doesn't really matter.
Not that you can tell.
Oh, I even rolled well.
It's
a bummer.
Who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Could you imagine if the last Heimdall novel was here? I mean, it could be anywhere. Feels rare that anything wants conceptualization. It's kind of an esoteric idea for a skill in the first place, in my opinion.
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
We might need it for later in case there's a shootout, and then we use our revolver and all its weird magical sci-fi bullets to, like, stop a bunch of clone asset characters that are all the same security guard. And then one of them will remark that we're even stronger than his mom. Because in fairness, I mean, we are. Have I gone mad? Were there more things to look at than there were a moment ago? Just out of curiosity. Well, those things are still there. Ooh. It's a really weird combination. Plus empathy minus composure, but that seems useful. This also clothes? Hand-eye coordination shirt? That seems fine. All of that is together. Oh, is this a... No. I don't think I like that this is a bed.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracol blanket.
I don't know what that word means.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
Oh, that's just responding to me being injured. Jeez, this is gonna be a weird game, huh? Because, like, from now on, I'm just gonna randomly have checks to see... Oh, no. If I fail one of those checks, do I just take physical damage? That's how that works, isn't it? Maybe I need more pain threshold.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
I don't need to sleep for now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
I mean, my pain threshold's, like, pretty good. But still, I should keep it in mind to maybe invest a skill point there. Because I don't have a lot of health. I mean, I guess you could argue that I could just put points in endurance. It doesn't seem as useful, though. Endurance doesn't come up very often. Pain threshold kind of does. It's a very interesting stat and application of stat. What's going on over here? Check this already.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right.
I don't want to hear any questions about the cable.
The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
Points to the open fuel
The
cap.
kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What does this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I meant, why is it here?
Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Tap on the side?
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
A little wary of putting fuel into it without having a better understanding of what's going on. Might be the right thing to do. Go down, I guess. Great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it. What's in here? $1.15 and a morale boost. What's in here? A morale boost. Not bad. I have a lot of that. I actually don't know how many I have. I have 15. That's pretty wild. That's like a lot of those. So... the wire bone's connected to this doohickey?
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
What's all this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
What does it do?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Turn emergency. No. Yeah, turn emergency
We need
off.
to restore power before using
Yeah.
this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
What about the fuel I found in my motor carriage?
There's barely anything left. That won't work.
I don't want to take it out of the boat engine. Go to the mainland and get some.
My kinema. I don't want to do that. Let's just look around.
The consul stands by.
Leave. Ooh, something is on that stair. Look at this first. Hatch is jammed shut. Man, it really is lost over here, huh? More magnesium and 20 cents. I can. Oh, hang on. Water rushes far below. Is there a limit to how much magnesium I can have? This. Firing slit. What did you just call it? These tracks are more ominous than they should be. Must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. It's a pretty big chunk. Distant sounds of cargo ships. Signal horns echo on the water. Going a little slow. I'm not actually sure if running more increases the frequency of pain threshold checks. It kind of implied it. Read sway strangely. No, it's nothing. I'm not actually a magnesium-based life form. I could become one, but I don't actually know what that means. Currently, I actually forgot I was working on the White Morning. Which, like, something my wife. It's kind of a cool and interesting, but like also entirely brutal idea. The notion that if you get shot in that crossfire, then you just have to make those checks for the rest of the game. I think I mostly like that idea, but it is rough. Like I said, she feels like she's joining Contain and becoming a zombie and being one with the dead. Do you mean to say that you hope to die someday, or whatever? Vivia Twilight says in Raincode, everyone's favorite character who like lives in a chimney. I feel like that's like a volition skill check to just stay awake. What skill would you say that is? Now, before I do this, let me check. Is there anything to be gained here? Can I go? Oh, I can go up this way. Pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. Inside of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. Just looking in there? Okay. Not like an actual... I don't like it here. It's very ominous. Oh, hey, some fuel. What's the point of the fuel can if it doesn't have any fuel? Take it. Old medicine cabinets, newly stocked with Drumamine. Ooh, I want that. I'm bound to take damage. Weathered artillery map showing coordinates of the Bay of Revachol.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
It's like it's a little face with a jaunty upper lip that looks like Homestar Runner.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Oh. Oh. Inspect the
A
mattress.
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's
That's a good name
fuel
for a
stain
mattress.
on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
I'm just gonna state for the record, I have concerns about this. If it was electrochemistry, I would definitely not do this. Am I gonna have a problem picking this up, having decided to become sober? Is that gonna be like a thing? This mattress is probably diseased. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can nap on this one, and like for good reason. I mean, it's gross, but like, sometimes cigarettes are like evidence of something. It might prove something about the shooter. Pick it up.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
That's like the ones we found at Land's End.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the
There's
wall.
a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
And on the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between those two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Swear word.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make that shot.
Good. I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Booyah, master cop work.
It's only moderately effective cop work until we have the weapon. It will not be, how do you say it, booyah, until we have that.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
Right here on the mattress. On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Turn away. I mean, I feel a little vindicated because I felt that a sniper was likely from pretty early on, and also when the options were given by that visual calculus check by her window in Clausia's apartment, I figured this was probably the most likely. Oh, hang on. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. Oh, there's a little green one by Kim. Is there something new to talk about, Kim?
Yes?
That must just always have been there, and I've never noticed it. No. Oh, it's not a one. It's part of the outline of the door. It just looked so weird there. Immediately feels stupid, just like life always does. I'm like, yeah, I figured out the crime. And then 2 seconds later, I'm like, I can't recognize words good. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. Why does looking at this remind me of Grim Fandango? Anyone? I think Kim should know that we have amnesia. I want to wait until the very end of the game to say that now.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you.
I feel like that would either be a mermaid or a siren, which is basically a mermaid that wants to kill me.
Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal.
Did I marry a mermaid?
Maybe. You know it's going to hurt.
Raise
In the
yourself.
still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down.
For some reason, I generally find someone saying, like, your, like, oddly specific descriptor spouse funny. I think that originates from one of those SMBC theater sketches where, like, on his deathbed, like, all the family members of this guy were, like, trying to sabotage everyone else's chances of getting inheritance. And, like, it somehow all culminates with someone saying, like, accusing someone of something and then being like, and Betsy killed your gorilla wife! And it's just like a really distinct line read that was talked about often after the fact.
Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No.
Yes. No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time.
This thought is over. Very good volition. Shake your head. This island is weird, and maybe a little haunted. Got another skill point, huh? Yeah, that would actually... I guess the find shot question is just, like, over. There's really nothing to follow up on. We just have to find the rest of the evidence. Harry went out this way, yeah. Yeah. I think the only thing to do is go back in now. Went all along the coast? I'm pretty sure I did. I don't like the way that question was asked. I feel like reasonably certain. I may not have held right click the entire time, but I'm pretty sure I went all along that coast there. Okay, demolition confirms that I did, which was my impression. If you're asking if I'm checking for the helmet, yes. Yes, I did. So I found another fuel canister. Is that gonna be enough to turn on the generator? Question. It's upstairs. I can't go through this, right? That's like part of the implied problem.
Small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door.
It's a conventional keyhole.
Keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then its bigger brother, then at the lock, then back at me, and I'm riding a horse.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I find us not opening it highly unlikely.
Alright, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
I had the same thought, Neko. The sniper guy that we didn't know anything about from the tribunal, he was wearing a helmet during that exchange. We're gonna open big door. I think we're gonna open big door.
This old cylindrical generator. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Leave. Downstairs. Downstairs. Didn't have control for a second there. Was concerned. Controls.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot.
Could it open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
But now we can't blast. Or maybe now we can blast?
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me. I would not have guessed that a dialogue option would come from that, like, random passive check.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
Harry, this reminds you, you're out of bullets.
My gun is out of bullets.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
Okay. Thought maybe you'd give me some sense of how to rectify that, but okay. What's there?
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I don't like when the camera moves. It's a trap. Or it could be. I have so many healing items all of a sudden. Which is like good news in the sense that I have them, and bad news in the sense that I feel like the reason I have them is that I will definitely need them. Okay, just straight outside, nothing the other way. Okay. Just keep making me nervous, game. That's fine. At least there's water. Since chat maybe doesn't give me credit to not say it out loud, every time there's water, there could be helmet. A rubber dinghy, deflated, broken. Purple. Small white flowers blossom all around you. It's like that thing in Metal Gear Solid 3. You know the one. Can't seem to go any further into the reeds there. Yellow? Air smells sweet and scary. Oh, I love the smell of scary. There's a whole guy with a gun over there. I just want you all to know that I'm immediately aware that there's a man over there with a gun. Maybe I could find a helmet before talking to him? I like the implied tone of that. Neko says, I know, Vasco. Your personal quest for weeks now has been to check all water for a helmet. Yes, that is true. And I make no apologies for that. Because the game has provided me precious little information other than water, helmet. I want the helmet. It's important to me. It's fine for me to just ignore that man with the big gun, I'm sure. I'm certain. I'm certain that's fine. Can I... No, maybe? It's kind of annoying that it's by the water because of how weird the game gets about navigating near the water. This also annoys me, like, there's just no obvious reason for me, like, not to be able to walk here. And it feels like this happens a lot on this island in particular. So I'm like, I want to check everything, and then I can't check little pockets for some reason, and then I'm like, did I check everything? Hi.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
No, don't make an unpleasant noise.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
It's me! Are you the fire guy? These are some insane dialogue options. You've retained your eyesight, I say, not introducing myself.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
I knew it. The murderer has been the big bad wolf all along.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
You closed that blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator and used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Wait, does that mean that, like, he doesn't hide from me if I don't become Sad FM? Is that true? Is that, like, a real thing?
I told you we shouldn't play Sad FM.
Who cares? It's so worth it. That was definitely the correct choice. It wasn't rock and roll, it was Sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station.
You can't have always hated it, I just made it up.
Counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating mental illness music.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Nice guy you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
What make a rifle would you say that is?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The thing you said?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, wiped from the board.
Alright. What's... What? I mean, I'm really tempted to say this just because it's only triggered by a choice that I've made. Which is like 80 or 90% of the time a good thing. I also have a gun.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
I'm glad that we're getting along.
Have you come to make me one of them?
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
Empathy, do you know?
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
No, he made the gross noise after all.
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next, a fire gone out.
I think I like 8 here. I feel like, yeah, like, I feel like he would engage better with this than me trying to, like, pull rank here. Is to be like, I understand that the gun is important to you, and we're not trying to start a fight, but, like, don't start something. 9. Lol.
No.
Oh, well... That, okay. That's a little escalatory, but okay.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Lays the rifle down carelessly and looks at it lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
I don't think I want to start by picking up the gun. Do I? Who are
My
you?
name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
How long have you been here?
43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
You've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
I don't even know what that is.
It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
Does that mean that he had some connection with Lely specifically from wartime or something?
He just couldn't.
He couldn't give up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza.
Wait,
mosaic
what?
In dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil.
But they left. We had a separate esprit de corps check that told us that they drove away, and then this morning they weren't here. How is that happening?
Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
I don't know what's happening.
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
That was such a bizarre series of checks. But esprit de corps and shivers tend to do that to each other. What are you waiting for?
For her
Godot?
to return.
My wife?
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
I was never any good at that game. The one with the floor pad and the arrows. Yet again, I find myself not particularly caring about any of these dialogue options. I feel like it's 4. I feel like I want 4. Women will always betray.
Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
Have you done that?
Yes. What? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
I mean, 2 sort of gets at what feels weird about this, is that if he's a deserter, it feels weird to him for him to be so devoted to this cause for such a long time. Normally, when you see like a soldier like this clinging to the past, it's like someone who was so engrossed in the war that they couldn't readjust to normal life. And I'm not saying that's not what happened here, but like normally that initiates by like a really dedicated soldier. So you said you deserted?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered.
Yeah, that's fair.
I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of
You
faith.
could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism.
Boy, this guy sure is like the personification of just the writing in this game at large, huh?
A second is all it took.
For what?
A reaction to take hold.
That's a reaction. You were afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
He looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak.
Ooh.
A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Does that mean this guy could tell me how to get in that bunker?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Right. Like I said, she's going to bed. We'll have the stream on phone. Well, thanks for joining, Neko. And your guesses. Squirtle's hiding under Pirate Fox. I'm glad you could tell that that your tiny pirate hat was on the fox. I thought you might appreciate that. What has he seen? Is it the pail? Will someone tell me the pail so I can get plus 10 to that check?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed.
Isn't that like a dirty thing?
And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
Say nothing and let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
Never stop stopping. The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly. There's a lot of dialogue for this guy who hasn't given me a lot to work with yet, other than his baggage. What is this place?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
This guy is a heck of a time haggis, you're not wrong. What was he used
The
for?
congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Murderers,
You
I guess.
don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis,
Understood, Iblis. No, what is that?
the black-eyed angel.
Oh, of course. That's my bad. I should have gathered that. How did you survive? Just fish and sorrow, huh?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
What good would come from this? What a bummer rhetoric check to pass. I'm not saying this dumb garbage. What did you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
What do you eat?
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druamine.
Normally, I don't like electrochemistry basically at all. It might be reasonable to actually say this, though. I don't know if the game will actually let me spend one on him, or if he would want that, but...
I have been running out of that stuff.
Light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and
I
back.
don't even know what. Inferno?
You notice Kim's about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, And Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins.
Yeah, this guy's definitely the personification of this game's writing style. He's just like the biggest bummer and also like sentient ideology and just some racial slurs in there just for good measure.
And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How'd you get back and forth to steal stuff?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
The weapons cache in the basement of the doomed commercial zone. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
What about the bunker under the Feld building?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
It's just farming experience, this conversation.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
They killed themselves? Were they doing the gun thing?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Do you smoke these cigarettes we keep finding?
I do.
Never smoked them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Why don't you just walk into Mordor? Going back to the start of the conversation. These all felt like experience, and they were.
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
One more thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We enforce the law. We are the law. We keep people from killing each other.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce land. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
It's been having a good 43 years.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You said you were trained and assigned to the defense corps.
Trained in historical materialism.
Oh boy.
Then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
What does a political commissar even do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution. A future human.
So you're like a trained communist?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Oh, he's gonna hate this, but it will heal my damage probably. I'm a moralist.
No, you're not. You're part of the meat shield. The human shield that surrounds the fascists while they kill and rape. That's what you are.
I bet this guy's a lot of fun at parties.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
He turns to the old
man. We
man.
have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
It's a little late for that.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
I have a serious question.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Now seems like the perfect time to pick up that gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Oh, we got a challenging success on that, huh? Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
So as he said, it's a Triangong made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong, too.
Thanks, visual calculus.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it
hey, this uses jacketed ammunition!
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Rifle's been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
That's nice.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
No, it feels like a 1,000th red herring. Like, it feels like whoever is guilty of this crime is just, like, hiding in a place that I can't find until the very end of the game.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Maybe one of us could just ask if he did the murder.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I don't know which of those to trust. Am I supposed to do all of those? Oh, there's literally an option for this. What do I say?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes Look at you, and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Dang it, Shivers, cut that out. Freaking me out.
Detective.
Lieutenant turns to you with well-disguised impatience.
Damn it. Ask it already, he wants to say.
I feel like I want to do 1, 3, and 2 if I get to say all of these in that order. So you're saying you've killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
Brushes something out of his eye.
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Suggestion, you're like my best friend in this game. It's very rude of you to try and disacknowledge responsibility in that way. The other one.
The who now?
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Cronell?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
You know, the fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th?
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener.
I mean, I think it naturally makes sense for you to pass more skill checks as the game goes on, but, like, it just feels like we've been, like, getting tons of static skill checks this session.
The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I like 3. This feels very Columbo. I don't need your cooperation. I have your gun. See? The gun that you saw me pick up, that you gave to me? Your gun?
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. Murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have? Remove sunglasses. The murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
Alright, apparently I've decided this is it.
Good.
Takes out a notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Nah, this stinks, man. I don't like this at all. He just... I just don't think he's got the motive. He certainly has the means and the ability. And he's here where the shot came from. It could even be this gun. This just doesn't feel right.
Murder.
Doesn't say more, just glances into the reeds.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
Lieutenant softens his voice, which is essentially impossible for anyone other than Kim Kisturagi, given his starting point.
You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
Yeah, I don't like that phrase either. That feels very suspicious. It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of Martinez.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Another sudden twitch and then one more in his right eye.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit the side of your head.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Wow, I sure barely passed this check that's supposed to be really easy. Oh, 2 is very tempting. I'm gonna take damage for this, aren't I? My head hurts now.
Who cares? There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. And on Clausia's balcony. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
And these are both good. Why did I get another slap noise from reaction speed? Of course, thank you, Head, thanks.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood.
Just like that scene in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Resurrección was Snow White in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
If there's white flowers in white snow, how's it turning green?
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
How would he have gotten access to that, though?
I may.
A young woman called Clausia. Ring any bells? The dried flowers were behind her window.
Clausia.
He repeats the name with care, as if it were at risk of breaking.
You like that name, don't you? She had intimate relations with the victim, that mercenary?
With the victim.
Turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. The muscles in his jaw twitch.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
What brand of boots are you wearing?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Dross.
Fucking imbecile.
Stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out but old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43.
43? What is the unit of measurement?
These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
But would he care enough to replace the shoes for the purpose of, like, hiding
The
them?
size fits, but not the sole.
72%? Sure. Maybe it's simpler than that.
Simpler?
God dang it.
This is another loose thread you will never connect.
Drama. Stupid footprints everywhere. I hate
The
them.
lieutenant raises his brow.
That's very annoying.
What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here.
I mean, obviously I rolled miserably again. I'm very good at getting 4s.
Not now. Stop yourself.
People change shoes, detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brains. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
Yeah, sometimes those seagulls really change you, huh?
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law, which I know because I am the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
It's weird that these are distinct. It makes me think I should definitely ask killed, because if he makes some distinction that he shot him but didn't kill him, it might be relevant.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold my breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
Sometimes seagulls just steal your food. That's definitely true. That's for sure true.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Cool, then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Okay.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
I think that was the question.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I mean, this is what's been bothering me all along. Like, the motive's not clear. Like, the conversation thus far wants to suggest it's just out of, like, bitterness towards the way of life on the mainland and seeing someone who represents his opposition, he just killed him. But, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Why were you looking at them?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
Thanks, Half-Light. Still don't really know what you're doing
And
here.
if you don't like it?
Click.
If it's part of the crap you
Then
see...
you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
I don't know what I expect this check to be about. When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
By that you mean Joyce Messier of the Wild Pines rep?
Wrinkled up whore.
Cool. I mean, I certainly expect to try that check before I attempt to arrest him, which is apparently on the docket there already. But I wonder if I might get more bonuses to it before I do that. So I don't think I want to do it right away. Yeah, let's just move on, I guess.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalanx weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
What did you specifically not like about them enough to shoot them with a high-powered rifle?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
You were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Now, Purple's really, mad about this. You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
Okay.
While he stands here and rots.
You saw through her, so did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the
I
bourgeois
really intensely
woman.
dislike people like this
It's the
guy.
same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
I haven't had the displeasure of meeting a ton of people like this, but there's something so insufferable to me about someone who, anytime you try to relate to them even a little bit, they suddenly become contrarian. I used to work with someone like this, and, like, it drove me insane. Like, it was someone who I, like, didn't really relate to a ton, but, like, really clearly wanted to be my friend, and anytime I'd, like, make any effort, they would, like, make me feel like an idiot for just trying to have a conversation with them. It's like, why? You seem to want this. Why are you like this? Here, of course, this guy would just as soon see me dead, so at least I understand his motivation. Men be crazy.
The world is insane.
How long have you been watching?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have a skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
Go away. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
The hidden buoy she told us about. You found it?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
There was nothing there when we checked it.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
Did you continue watching her afterwards?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago.
And dumps like a truck?
And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
I feel like this is a dumb question at this point. How did you see all the bruises and everything?
I'm not blind, am I?
How does he know about the minute details to her body? Yeah, let's make this check.
It quickly comes to you.
Rolled a 5, by the way. Ever see her through a window on a roof? Any chance you see him through a hole in a wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing. All at once.
Very cool.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Leveled up from finding out about the horny hole. Do with that information as you will.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Never see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling and rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick
Something
glance
something
at you.
horny hole.
One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
But the doors were all locked.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
And that's why you left the dried flowers?
No,
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells.
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
Something put a thought in you, a compulsion.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
I just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
I really want to say 2. I don't think that's the character though. I think that's me. I think that's just my instinct. I don't think we lie about arresting her. I don't know what that does. Or financer. I don't know, they're all kind of financiers. I'll just do the one that's interesting to me. I don't know how he'll react to this. But, like, I kind of just want to see how he does react to indicating that she pointed us in this direction.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
He shivers what? Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water. Built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the
Good
Queen,
Lord.
then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him.
This is really ominous. We're being, like, pursued by the other cops who came here for me. But why did they leave if they wanted to find me today?
Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where?
I think there's any interesting places in Revachol, are there?
Down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
See, look, I got a bonus to composure. 92's pretty good.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
He's surprisingly okay.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
I think we're about to devolve into, like, some Zero Escape tangent. It's true, we did almost roll boxcars. Of course, we generally roll those when it's, like, irrelevant. Animated by what? Like a necromancer?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
It's really interesting that, like, the voices are literally debating this, trying to solve it. Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Given what we heard before, are you on some sort of psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
Are you okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
That's true of, like, all people who have blood in their stool, though.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon.
There's no neon in this world.
Martinez, Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists.
Oh,
Everyone
okay.
is a racist in Martinez.
Literally not
It's
arguing
their
that.
favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins. In their lorries.
This is like literally the most I've agreed with this man since starting this extremely long conversation with him.
Pump full of steroids and radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Keep going.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Is that all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins, too.
He died of a heart attack, though, right? This guy didn't shoot it.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Continue not saying anything?
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
Follows his ominous mumbling, and you can't make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
That is quite the sentence, Half-Light.
Ask about that cock on parade, too. Make sure you get everything here.
It's a legendary success. Yeah, could you tell me about Renee? I have, like, vague suspicions and just want to hear you talk about it.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race.
Hey, what did you just say about racism?
Maniac, race traitor.
I mean, I feel like I've established the thing to do is once he starts talking, just say nothing, and then when he stops talking, get him started again. So, like... nod?
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
Points to the city, toward the crater near the plaza with the lonely
There
pine tree.
doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Nod again?
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
What the heck?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, René. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel. Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Let's change the subject for now.
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred. They are veterans of the same war. Somewhere west in Coal City, his enemy is lying in a dark room on a metal slider. In L'Auxerre Municipal, like he will too. Soon. Half of the war between these men is over.
But it was half of the war that wasn't being fought.
With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron Vichmer paces the jetty. 22 kilometers east in Martinez.
What is happening,
what
man?
What could he possibly be doing there for so long, he says.
I feel like I must have passed like every possible check to get a status update on what that dude's doing over on the other coast.
Police work? Patrol Officer Judith Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice. Tinge of warmth, too, against the cold air rising from the water.
Let's talk about those disco ladies.
Whores.
Okay. Fair enough. How about how about Mr. Clare? You like that guy, right? You like him a lot?
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
It was a disappointment. Everard Clare, he helped me find my gun.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Doesn't Everard run the Union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about
Yeah, I suspected this as well.
And
I feel like I talked about this, didn't I? Like a while ago? Like the fact that they're twins and whatever, it felt like there was some ability to obfuscate that to people so that people would think that, what's his face? The other one? Now I can only remember the last name. Everard. Like, everyone seems to think he's in charge, but he's clearly, like, just a weird guy It doesn't seem like the mastermind type.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first people we've met from the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
They both got fat at the same rate? I mean, I know they're twins, but that still seems wild. What'd you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Okay, I've run out of other options. Did you kill the mercenary because the Clares asked you to?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Oh boy, who's excited to fail this check? How much mental damage will we take from failing this one?
Oh no, the connection doesn't come to you on such a pivotal moment. Dumbo, do something. You can't zone out now. This isn't Doodaloo dance time.
It kind of feels like Doodaloo dance time.
Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it.
Yeah, I feel 2 is really tempting because we've already talked about hitting ourselves in the head. I feel like there may be negative repercussions, but usually when there's like a theme, it leads to something.
Officer.
Watch as you beat yourself in the head the second time in this interview.
Mr. Dross, about this deal you made with Edgar. The death of the colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. You are the law. He must divulge the information.
Listen, I'm pretty sure that up till now, constantly declaring myself the law hasn't actually had any useful mechanical effect. I might as well give it a shot. You killed the previous foreman, didn't you?
Look who's up. From the drunken stupor. This one's worse for wear than me. And so emotional. Life is hard for us human beings in deregulation hell, isn't it?
We will have plenty of time to talk about this later, Mr. Dross. When you're in pre-detention. It can take years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed calmly.
The back one.
Glad. It's all gone.
Okay, hold on a second. Stay put?
I ain't going anywhere.
I'm having a thought.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta.
What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Huh?
Fascism, Bruta.
Oh my god. No, I'm not. No.
You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Bruta.
No, my stomach doesn't control my weird in-game politics.
There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver. It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
That's fine. So I have concerns here. I mean, I assume that's because at some point I said, like, a thing about being the police and it was enough to trigger the fascist thought quest thing. Maybe I misinterpreted that and should have, like, paid more mind to it, but that's my interpretation of facts. Now, I want to tell him the Renee thing before we arrest him. Because we've gone to a lot of work to get there. But I'm concerned that doing that might cause some weird point of no return thing. So I just want to make sure I've scoped out this whole zone. Which I feel like I have, but, you know, I've been tricked before. So we came from down there, yeah? The streams go stupid. I mean, that guy spoke so slowly and had so many annoying things to say. And I don't know, like at this point... Oh, it's fine. I mean, the thing that might be helpful to know is, like, if I arrest him, do I immediately get kicked off the island? That's information that might be worth knowing to save you time. It's like a weird noise over here. But I can't do anything with it. I should do this first. Well, I just saved, so I guess I'll do it and then see what happens.
Stares despondently at the logs. His
Hey,
lip curls into a
you know that
sneer.
guy?
Yes. Where is he? I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis or kidney stones. He can still come out to play with balls and get shot in the head, right?
Oh my god. He's even worried for him.
He died a couple days ago.
No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
You cared about him?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
Such a weird thing to include in this game.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to
I passed
think of
this difficult
something else,
empathy check multiple
but no,
times.
It's just hatred.
Sorry, bro.
Fuck you.
Seems fair. You okay?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Glad we talked about what?
Now, the only other thing... Is there some benefit to me trying to solve what's wrong with him? There was, like, an awful lot of dialogue about diagnosing him. And I, like, passed that check and it didn't quite get me anywhere. So worth trying to... Like, what would I be able to do? At this point, I've seen most of the island, right? Maybe even all of it? I'm gonna arrest.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
No, I really wasn't paying attention. You're under arrest for the murder of the Colonel here in Martinez. No, wait, what's the thing he's reacting to? We didn't say we were gonna, like, take him to the Colonel.
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Am I meant to take away that he was told to, like, take the fall for this, or told that by committing the murder we would just outright kill him or something?
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Him, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
So submerged in growing
He's
terror.
sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Wow, this must be a really hard check. Pretty high perception. And I think I'm wearing my boots? Should I say this first? First say, does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
There's something you're not getting here that he's realizing.
But what?
Who watches over him there while I come back for you?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we can ask the net picker to watch
This
it.
is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
Oh, okay. I will listen now.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this...
The old man's voice...
Yes.
Old man's voice drowns in a sudden gust of wind.
Your skin crawls.
Is this the Koldamama Dakwa? Wait. Is that the Insulindian Phasmid? Hey, buddy! That's some real freaky deaky crap.
Legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect?
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Hi?
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Can you see it, Kim?
I can see it.
He can!
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. It's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Oh, okay. We're gonna do that next time, I think. I feel like we're gonna need more time than we can devote now to do whatever comes next. No. This has been a long stream, and I really didn't want to do another long stream. Do you have any idea how many 4-hour streams we've done in the past 2 months? Well, that's exactly why we have to do it. I mean, like, what are we gonna... If we complete the Insulindian Phasmid whatever... Have another game ready next Saturday? Wait. Are we really that close? I was starting to get that sense, but that feels insane. We're not, like, 15 minutes off, are we? Are you saying that if we spent 15 minutes, we would finish the game? Really? Really? And then chat died. Really? Okay. 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 What do you say to the Insulindian Phasmid?
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You.
Interesting suggestion.
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Man, that thing is so spooky.
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
I mean, listen to it. Right?
You smell...
Oh no, I smell terrible. No, I smell like death! Uh-oh. That's not good. Should I... Oh, I do also smell like bug, that's true. That's true, I do. Oh, it's interesting. If I had washed off the death smell, would I stop smelling like bug? I feel like I should just do this, right? Is there... I mean, like, I can't possibly get more benefit talking to it, and I feel like I could really easily spook it. So, like, do it.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Hi. I am friend. My history is complicated.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on tiptoes.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Okay, so it obviously I have to take the picture. Does that end the conversation? I should probably do this first. It's like a knowledge thing.
I exist.
Oh. I also exist.
Tell me what it's like for you.
I really want to say it's wunderbar. That feels superstar.
Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory.
Wow, that's like really disconcerting.
Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never ache.
These are all insane options. I feel like Superstar Cop has to say that he's glad to be him.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you.
That's true.
With all of creation reflected in your foreplay. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation.
That sounds pretty close to right.
Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
I mean, I feel like Superstar Cop has to want to be himself. I'm concerned that I could choose to be a bug, and I don't know if that's good.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
That's very nice of you.
In honor of your will, Lieutenant Euphrator, that you kept from falling apart in the face of sheer terror, day after day, second by second. Detective. Arriving. On the scene.
I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
I think I have to say the killer, because I'm a superstar cop, and so cop is my job. I was born to be superstar.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're his condition?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
What is this game? What's happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does it come from? Like, all of it? Reality and everything?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
We need to know. Is it sent to us by a god?
I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
So, like, in your words, what are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
So you took the documents?
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revachol, district of Martinez, March 51.
It's a little unsettling that it's referring to the present moment as the past. Are you poisonous?
Yes. I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
That's pretty insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
What is the Pale? I needed to pass a skill check I don't think I can do anymore.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I definitely don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Where's how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
I will be extra careful not to blink, stick insect. Do not worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then, I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
I feel like I'm obliged to say sort of simply because that's been my approach to, like, literally every optional thing in the entire game. So, like, I just have to keep the train going of, like, yeah, I think it's relevant.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I agree with that. I have to say goodbye now. I ran out of thoughts because I'm very stupid.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. That is true.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I mean, it's talking about my wife, right? My mermaid wife? This is, like, important, isn't it? Do or do not, there is no try. So, like, I have been thinking about this, because I figured this would come up at some point. I do technically think that as much fun as it would be to, like, go through all of this and change and become a better self, and then, like, prove that I'm worthy of her or something like that, I think that Superstar Cop version of this character becomes a better person and realizes that even though the trauma got him to a more functional point, he doesn't have to be beholden to that. Like, he's better, and that's just it. That's the whole story. He's still a little bit insane. He's a very weird guy wearing a frog visor most of the time. But, like, he didn't do it. He started this journey for her, but he ended it for himself. So, I will do what you suggest, Spacebug.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, photo op.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
Is there a chance that the photo doesn't turn out or something? Chat's having a moment.
I got it.
This makes for great wallpaper. What? Like, pet it? I think pet it. I'm trying to figure out if one of these would upset it, but like, pet it seems right.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Don't be scared of it?
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system.
Touch the whisker?
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body.
Man, I sure could have used this abundance of morale healing abilities on like day 1.
It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at the finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Why would why would I do it? Would I do it? Why would I do it? I mean, Superstar Cop would probably do it, right? I mean, it's weird, but it feels like it's the kind of weird I would do. You gotta lick it.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Okay, we got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Raise my hand again and expect a different result somehow.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Raise the other.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you. Shifting around in the reeds around it, in the muddy water, you notice some of its hind legs apparently standing on the water from time to time. It's that light.
Okay, I finally exhausted all the bug options.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Okay, I love you, bye-bye.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water, and something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
What now?
Puts his hand in the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
There's like a bunch of stuff in here. Aha! It finally has arrived. Also, the scope? Okay. Hold on, I'm having a thought.
Brother, you've managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
At least my collector's impulse has been satisfied.
Indeed, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
At least now I am truly invincible. Let me just... This feels important. Let me go ahead and, -1 suggestion, eh? We have a few skill points left over. Oh, it's Clash's passport. That's weird and confusing. Just to have it. Oh, it's readable. That's smart. Do I have to look at this? Is this anything? No, it's just new.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
Look at the photo.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What was it doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
The Phasmid took it, and I sensed it do so. I saw something open up the buoy with spindly legs.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it, but to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Maybe it was curious like an octopus.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
It's a little pedantic. It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
It was supposed to be her real name, so she obviously lied to us.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
He smiles for some reason. What's her real
I
name?
don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia or Klasia or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Put it away. Okay. Let's go talk to our man.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid? Stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Doras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
In Las Vegas.
Like an addict of some terrible substance.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Doras?
It's the glass half full.
A trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It was just reeds.
It could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here.
No response.
Maybe it's how it stayed hidden.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks,
he said
sightings
that.
are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
You forget it's there like that Doctor Who alien.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Before when I evaluated him, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps the animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
I think he's addicted to
Like
it.
a drug?
He's displayed addict behavior and not just the
His
painkillers.
pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
Could be something hormonal in his relationship to the phasmid.
You mean pheromonal?
Seemed a little off for a man his age. Randy.
The scope? Knowing of her bruises? His disposition toward Miss Orania? I see what you mean.
I talked to the phasmid. It literally told me it was destroying
You
him.
should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is the side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching a known species in the future, detective.
Nah, I think I'm gonna inject myself with a super tiny microscopic cryptid. It's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in the company of the
He
phasmid?
did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the Orny's passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
I'm wearing a helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
How about the scope?
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid.
Lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your
This
hand.
sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
Yeah, I figured. I'm gonna let you rest now.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
There's a task to sleep here? What if I don't need to sleep here? Nope, it's further left, isn't it? Hate the geography of this game. That hasn't changed. Yeah, it's like here? Like here? Oh crap, we have to go all the way up there. Alright, run. The thing of researching makes the zoom out in geography better? That's extremely weird. Do you think we're gonna play Sad FM on the way back? Actually, wait. Before I do that, I just want to make sure these are the terms of the return, right? Use the boat to go back to mainland. Alright, very straightforward, just making sure.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Okay, let's go back.
Yes, we are done here.
The
Click.
skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Man, my perception has become a boss at the end game.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
What? What?
Look what the tide brought him.
It says the man without sunglasses, suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it.
False. I killed them all.
Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
No one else seems bothered by this armor.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Yeah, I sure am.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Forget all about this. There's a giant...
You're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
That's probably true, but I don't remember anything.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Mar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisturagi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
Yeah, it's suddenly regaining confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is all this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
This is an intervention, right?
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Is that me?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
I mean, it does sound like us. I want to say 5, but that's simply not true. Dang it, it just has to be 4. Why would you leave a literal police guy?
You were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss.
That also sounds like us.
None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
How'd you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved his establishment, he still betrays me?
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building, mixed with blood.
It was this one junior delinquent.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
I don't like being lied to.
I didn't lie to you. No one lies to you. You were so fucked up on booze you couldn't recognize your own partner.
So Trent Heidelstrom turns out to be special consultant Trent Heidelstrom?
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstam.
What were you... No, what was up with the kid?
Mikhail, Mikhail's my son.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No problem.
So what were you consulting?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
Man, no one's ever who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
The gardener, the scab leader, this. Tell me you're at least who you said you were, Kim.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisturagi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Who's that Guillaume guy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Baby is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
What does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
One is very good. Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory? Made it all up. It was a stupid joke. It has something to do with an anomaly in the church. I'm a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Something so sad happened to me I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. Oh yeah, Trent's definitely the nicest one of the remaining gang. Although I think the lady detective's relatively nice. She's just sick of my crap. I kind of like 6-2. Like, I feel like 2's pretty accurate, but like 6 somehow feels the most genuine. I'm inclined to go with that. I don't know how important this is. Something so sad happened to me I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the 2 drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The 2 cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
I'm ready to lead again.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
I'm very good at pants. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Just stand there.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I don't feel like I could pick 6 anymore. There's a time when I really wanted to, but I don't think that's correct. I don't think we could beat Tequila Sunset now. Too much has happened. We've seen things. I forget, but Jacob is like some famous person who like definitely didn't do it, right? I mean, 4 seems reasonably accurate. Most of these aren't actually pretty accurate. They're mostly either clown options or straight up lying. So sure, we'll go with 4.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip.
You are so welcome, my guy.
It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Okay, here's my badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Why? Why? Why?
Not today, badge.
No, the drama's necessary. Behold my badge!
And your gun?
I'm literally holding it. It's gun. Just repeat gun. The problem is I don't think I get multiple choices here, and I really shouldn't do that, but that's a really good option. I do also have Ruby's gun. I don't think that's... I also have the right... You know what? I do have a lot of guns. That's a great point. That's really good. Gun will hold all of my guns. If anything, I need more hands. I can't hold all these guns.
I don't care about your collection, you hoarding freak. Is one of them your service weapon? I only want to know about that one gun.
No, I have that one too. It's right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I quit drinking forever. It's just me and this boring crapscape now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
Well, that's because of the corpse, the whole corpse situation.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
None of this matters. My odor situation is meaningless compared to what I've discovered. Any of these seem fine. I mean, it's true, I did handle, like, an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain Classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kisturagi's. We know.
Am I really supposed to try and tell these people about the oxygen holocaust? Yeah, one's pretty good. I kind of want to say 4, but I don't think that they'll accept that at all. Yeah, I mean, she's like a weird special case.
Ah, well, if she was specially trained, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head.
You've done a lot of retroactive detective work for people who weren't very helpful for this case.
Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote.
I got the gun back. Mr. Everard helped me find my gun.
Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
Hey man, I have so much morale drugs, like, don't even start with me, my guy.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
That's true. I suppose we might as well just eat our lunch here. We do have... Is that 10 skill points? We have a lot of skill points. Sure, let's like... I mean, Composure seems like a good one. Level that up twice. I don't know, man. What's a good passive skill? Reaction speed? I think it's gonna be empathy. Maybe we just jam it all in like... Maybe we... What if I get checks again? I mean, I have a save before this big dramatic conversation if we want to go back and like do checks or something. You know, I was thinking about, like, Esprit de Corps, because it's all, like, cop stuff. I can also, like, try to, like, suddenly become really smart. You know, I feel like I like that idea. That's not... It doesn't make any sense, but it'd be really funny. Like, I could, and then, like... Just, like, bonkers Esprit de Corps. And then... Now Rhetoric's already maxed out. Sure, Suggestion. Anyway, we survived being shot. I solved the case. It's solved. All of it.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kisturagi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
See, knowing the presence of this here, I mean, this is fun. I do feel like probably the optimal thing is just be normal cop, because I feel like I would really like to hear Kim be like, he's just like a normal cop, like an innocent cop.
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
It's pretty wild that this is somehow still what the game thinks.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them.
No, this is better. This is better than it just picking one.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation.
Locked is a strong word.
He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
I can't believe he's including that.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
As you can see, I am a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. I mean, yeah, I think so. I think that's the right one.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yeah, actually, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
Look, I said a long time ago it was connected to the case, probably.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
Oh my god, there's a lot of things that I can say here. Hold on. I also started a nightclub in the church. Also, the phasmid was a female. The reeds are its nest. Of course, the bones are their money. The killer, Ulyanovich Dross, we have a strong motive for him. The previous head of the Devar Jew Union was assassinated by our killer. I also fixed the strike situation. There's also a dead man on the boardwalk. A missing person I found. Oh, that's what I actually want to say. Can we go over these? I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. I want to start with this because it's just like I literally solved like a whole other case in my spare time.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him? He says, knowing that we had to call that into
The
someone.
body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Do I literally have to worry about these being for and against me? I also started a nightclub in the church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah, and I discovered a hitherto unexplored entroponetical phenomenon in there too, a 2mm hole in the world.
That's great. Anthroponaut is a great new career for you. After police officer. I don't care. Go live in the Pale.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
The Phasma was a female and the reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
I mean, it's actually kind of weird. At no point it got brought up that I am the law, even though I feel like I've chosen like literally every single option to say that.
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It gathered items in the nest.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Told me.
Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation. Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look more like reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The perpetrator seemed intoxicated, as if an addict. Just a hunch.
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Yes.
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
That is true.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the Phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Hey, good news, everyone! I completed that thought.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
There is some opportunity to use the photo on something else, right? I don't remember what it was, but I know we had at least one shot at
Without it.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead, or no.
have a strong motive for the killer.
Lelianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lelianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
I mean, jealousy seems like the closest to the thing they're gonna want to hear. I think these other ones are red herrings that are put in there if you're not able to get what he claimed was his true motive.
Jealousy? I thought this Lelianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school.
Masterpiece? Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Nah, that's corpse and bug spray.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time.
Previous head of the Debardus Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
Sure makes me want to say that I fixed the strike situation.
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see red banners on the gates.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war. At which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal?
I masterminded a solution to an unsolvable problem.
Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul.
Neither of these are good options.
Maybe. Certainly. You're Everclear's go-to guy now. Here's a mob boss, did you know? Is that why you want us to investigate the assassination of the previous Union head thing? To get off Everard's hook?
I get why this guy hates us, but he's really annoying.
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't owe anyone anything. This allowed us to stabilize things in Martinez.
God, calm down, Jean.
I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
It's a building where all the businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Okay, I ran out of things to say. I'm pretty good, though.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
I have a few questions first.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Why am I like this? Am I a dirty cop?
No.
The suspects seem to
You're
think...
too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Hey, cool.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
I told you it's not that bad.
Thanks, Felician. Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
Nani?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
No, like a rock and roll singer, surely.
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
Guess that explains the hustle.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sportswear I've amassed.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and how you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick too.
You're not wrong about any of that.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy. God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
When was that?
20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Why did I join the RCM?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
That does sound like me.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
I see.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Yeah, I mean, when you boil it down, that's probably right.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
You weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora England really tore you a new one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
No, but like, what did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Heartbreak, Welkin. Pain, Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
What kind of station do we work for?
Us. We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big. Which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Just for the record, this is not 15 minutes. There's so much dialogue. Those people you said?
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
And the Sea Wing?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
Legendary conceptualization fail.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Price
Ptolemy
is...
Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Why did we have to go to church?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Okay, so I work at Murder Station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Revachol. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
That feels like some severely poor planning.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
I have to tell Lena about the Phasmid, it's important.
Who is Lena?
The cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock, on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live, on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Kim, what will you do?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
You want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I mean like, work for us.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. I'm crazy enough. Can take the stress.
That's fair.
He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kisturagi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
There's an achievement. I convinced him to join the 41st Precinct. Okay, the game ended.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
And he didn't happen to drive it into the ocean or anything, right? I hear sometimes that happens.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, A man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Yeah. Still wearing that armor, and that helmet looks ridiculous. The only way to make this better is if you left here as the commander, but you needed to shave for that, and maybe be a sorry cop. It's kind of insane that that's true, only in the sense that for such a significant portion of the game, despite my best efforts, it really didn't feel like I was moving anywhere towards a good ending. And I think part of that has to do with the open hostility of all the characters, Vicmare included, but not even like... It's just like the tip of the iceberg. So, like... Does Iron Man show up in the credits or something? Also, definitely a plus that we didn't have to see Kuno ever again. Yeah, I know someone may have mentioned it. I know that there's something if you never take off your original weird tie after putting it on. Oh, you can use the bottle of spirits as a weapon and do the tribunal with only a single death? Wow. That's weird. I bet that gets you some interesting dialogue at the end. We stopped a war. How? I'm not sure I could literally explain it to you, but it looked pretty good though. At this point, I think we're on something like 0 and 4 for chat telling me that we have like 15 minutes left and we should just finish the game. I'm not trying to guilt anyone. It's just remarkable that like literally every time we've come close to that divide, someone's been like, no, I promise, it's like no time. And then this might be the shortest of all instances at like almost an hour and a half. Thank you for the 1,000 bits demolition. Thank you. There's nothing else here, right? Do I need this? Can I put this away? You've never gotten all that dialogue. I mean, I guess it helps for me to be obsessive. I mean, like, here's a genuine thing, like, how do you end days if you don't play like this? Like, there's been some implication that the way in which I played this game was, like, abnormally thorough or something to that effect. But, like, how do you even, like, end the day if you don't just, like, do every single quest? And then by the end, I ran out of quests. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean... Wait, the same guy did the voices of Kuno and John? How is that... How? Did we ever get the weird scene with the eggs? I mean, we saw... We just had, like... the scene where we called her on the phone. I don't think that was really anything, though. Good night, anime. I think you remarked while we were in the middle of talking to the Phasmid that you didn't understand what was going on, and I'm impressed that you remained here. I mean, you can catch it on VOD. It would be incredibly difficult to explain it, but we sure did, meet that bug and solve that crime. I don't think I'm not sure I would say that the resolution to that mystery is all that satisfying in its own right, because it does exactly the thing I was concerned about, of like, there's just really no way to predict the thing, and then you just go a place and it's like, it was this guy. I mean, in terms of a story that works out that way, there was sure a lot of interesting scenery on that scenic route. No, we didn't have a scene where we saw her as the Dolores Day. But we took a lot of mental damage from thinking about Dolores Day. I don't know what that means, still. X's dialogue and reason for leaving changes based on your highest stat at the start. Really? That's weird. At this point, I'm struggling to actually remember what she told us was the reason, but she told us, like, last week, right? Things like that change each playthrough. That's so weird. Like, how many things changed like that? Just, like, baseline, like, background details or something? How long do the credits go? But yeah, I mean, so we've talked at great length about my feelings on this game, but like, it's a game that I think is like, I think it's easier to appreciate this game after playing it. It's a weird type of game like that. It's rare but not unprecedented that, like, I think you will just get more out of the experience of playing the game after having an understanding of how the game works. Because, like, then you kind of know where to, like, massage the system or try to look for results that you want or whatever. But, like, it has a lot of strengths and I appreciate them. The geography is not among them. I mean, I will die on the hill that it is really challenging to engage with in the beginning for various reasons. It remains pretty steadfastly unforgiving in a lot of ways, and I think it does soften up over time, and I get why it does that, but it can be a little off-putting depending on the experience you have early on. And I think that's a shame, because there's definitely a lot to enjoy here. I mean, I definitely appreciate a game willing to have so many connect the dots. I mean, the gym teacher thing is a real fun revelation. I love how much Kim loved that. And just like things like that. I mean, there weren't maybe a ton of examples, but I think the ones that we got were all very rewarding. And like those are types of things I have wanted to see from, you know, Telltale games and David Cage games, which are, you know, in a genre that I have a deep appreciation for. There is kind of a needless amount of racism and just other just horrible stuff, and like a really heavy lean on politics in, and I said this before, but to be clear, the thing I find frustrating about that is like, I don't know how I could possibly be invested in the politics of this world, given that I go into it with my eyes closed and blind and numb and deaf to the world. But yeah, it has a certain nihilism and pessimism about a lot of things. I appreciate that it does try to give different points of view. I don't love that it comes in real hot with all that negativity and people saying the F word and stuff. Like, you just didn't need to go that hard. I feel like you could have made that point in, like, maybe a more respectful way. Well, like, yeah, I definitely understand why people love this game. The reason I've wrestled at it so much is just like, it's like a triggering thing for me. It bothers me when people describe something flawed as perfect and then will go on to, like, not be objective about it. I don't know. I feel like there are very few things in this world that I feel so fanatical about that, like, if you point out the flaws in it, I won't be like, yes. To me, that doesn't outweigh the things I like about it, but like, yes, that is a valid criticism. And I feel like that type of attitude is important to being like a rational person, and we need more rationality in the world as it is today. And so like that is like a triggering thing to me, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, there's certain things I kind of regret not doing, because I didn't think we were so close to the end of the game, and by so close I, of course, mean 15 minutes, because we're now at the 5-hour and 15-minute mark of the stream. Like, I would have done the dance, I would have tried to complete the Egghead quest. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know what to do next week. I'm actually, in a way, I'm relieved about this, because I was frankly thinking about this earlier today, and I just didn't know. I thought we had a decent amount of the game left and wasn't sure if we would complete it, and I don't think that we will complete Raincoat in time to start doing, like, Halloween stuff. And I know that that's pretty important to, you know, the regulars. But, I mean, at least this opens that door. But frankly, because I didn't think we were really at all close, I don't have, like, a plan. Just to be clear, we got to the end of the credits and then main menu. Okay, great. So let's close that. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to do more stuff with the church. I like the church subplot. I felt like I was kind of stuck not being able to solve the... I wanted that new sound. That's my biggest disappointment, I think, in the game. Is just not finishing that. But I really did most of the things I set out to do. Both the ones that were important to me and the ones that just sort of existed. I mean, also, we lost that board game to Kim really hard. And I still maintain that the game kind of just deceived me about that. Anyway, anyone who's still awake and can hear me, you feel free to pick a Squirtle spot. I know where Demolitions is. I know where Neko's was from hours ago. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get this done real quick. So, like, get those guesses in, and then there's no nonsense. Okay, I see bread, giraffe, double Pikachu guess, fox. All your chips on black. I've done it before, Haggis. I've done the same hiding place 2 days in a row. Don't test me. By the way, just before I get up and obscure it, this is the t-shirt I got from the escape room that we did on my birthday this year. My mom got me this t-shirt because I like the color. I didn't have any shirts like this, and also because it was a really fun time, and I wanted to have something to remember. And it's really good. And I honestly think I'm a little too fat for this shirt still, but I'm still working on losing weight, and I think I'm gonna get there. But also, I do recommend the Escape game, because that was genuinely, easily the second best escape room I've ever done. But I think in an objective sense, it might be the best. It's just the other one in contention is the literal Zero escape room, and like, I don't know how you're gonna convince me that wasn't the best one, because it was a really good thing. I've lost like a ton of weight, so like I'm trying to be objective here. I'm like not being disparaging. I just like, you know, I still look a little like this. This is a pretty slim shirt. Anyway, roll call. Pikachu. No, it's Laboon the whale from One Piece. It's not Squirtle. Let's see. Red guess and Fox guess. It's pretty much the same to Oh, it fell. Oh, it fell. It's fun. It's fun. Hiding back there, that's Pirate Captain Eevee with the Drift Blim hat. There's at least one other one, right? Pikachu bread. You got giraffe. Well, I'll tell you what, Haggis. Let's take a look at that giraffe pet. Oh yeah, Pirate Eevee's great. Do you see something? You see a little. Sometimes, Haggis, it's good to stick to your convictions. Because you gone and done it. You found that secret Squirtle. Good job, friend. It's
giraffe.
Somehow been even more of a roller coaster than I expected tonight. It's very late. My God, it's so late. The stream has concluded. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. I don't have the first idea of what is happening next week. So you and I are going to find out together. But in the meantime, take care of yourselves and remember that you are colossal.